I gotta run. See you.
Alright,
Bye.
see you. Alright, can we check if it's online?
People run.
If I'm also...
We're alive.
Okay.
Right, go, Zaba, go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Ingenting ved den stjerne.
Alright. Hello, people. I am me, and here is Zaba. So Zaba is gonna play. Zaba, where is your FPS? Or is it just cut? Do you have your FPS? I can't see your FPS. Okay, it's just cut. Okay, that's fine then. Just invalid run, but that's okay because we already got an invalid run with 1 GBC. Alright, so greatest Harry Potter game, greatest Harry Potter speedrun, HP1 PC. Probably the most broken Harry Potter game in the entire series.
Okay, it should be good now. I was
Oh,
muted.
Zaba is muted. On
Yeah, I was muted. Now it should work. I believe it does.
Zaba is back. But yeah, this is by far the most broken Harry Potter game in the entire series. That's a lot of glitches, just like HP2 PC, which you'll see later. It has like stuff like brightness boosting, and a lot of cool stuff. So we'll explain things as it goes.
Yep.
But yeah, first we start with nearly 2 minute intro, and this is Norwegian, which is the fastest language for this game. But this is not the language most people play on because Norwegian has like slightly different strats because it doesn't. The tricks don't really work like on the English version. The tricks don't really work on the Norwegian version. So you have to do very hard strats in order to actually save time by playing on Norwegian. So most people just play on the English version. But this version saves about 30 seconds. And it also has really POC strats, which Zaba will hopefully show off.
Yep, I will try my best. Okay, let's see.
So Zaba actually did like 2 tricks already. First one was holding back at the start of the cutscene, because when a level loads with a cutscene, you have like 1 frame where you can actually buffer an input. And if you hold back, if Harry has the backwalking animation when he enters a cutscene, the camera in the cutscene is gonna move way faster. And because some cutscenes, up as they play, they're based upon camera movement, and it's just faster to do that. And then the second glitch, which we'll explain later, it's going to be useful for brightness boosting. But basically, Zaba set it so that next time he pauses the game, his screen is going to be immediately the option screen, and he's not going to have to actually click on the option button to go directly in the menu with brightness boosting and everything.
Yep, that's right. I hope I'm not gonna get like the spell drawing glitch. That would suck.
Oh yeah. So yeah, we in this run we do 4 spell drawings out of the 5 in this game. One of them we can just skip because there's a trigger to. But there's a really weird glitch where the very first spell drawing you do in the run, sometimes you just don't get the percentage you're supposed to get, even though you like drew like perfectly. So let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yes.
So Zaba actually has to grab all the beans here because we have to do at least 1 trade with friend George, the very first one, because you literally cannot like continue if you don't have 25 beans. But we'll speed it up. Hello peeps. People hate peeps.
People hate peeps. Let's go.
We'll see him again a second time later. Yeah, any person we only seen twice, and I think in all, okay, not in all the other categories. Actually, no. Yeah, we only see him twice, and we can see him 3 times total, but one of them we can just avoid in Lumos by not grabbing a star.
Okay.
Og. Right. So what you just saw here is called a multitask. What we define a multitask in this game is essentially being able to move during a cutscene that you're normally not supposed to. And we have 3 different ways of doing that. That's the first one that you just saw, getting a light grab in the cutscene, which I believe is the only place you can do it in the entire game. Second one is by getting a damage into a cutscene, which we'll do a couple times. And then last one, triggering 2 cutscenes at the same time. Although that one has some like weird properties depending on the cutscene, so it's not always gonna give the same result. But yeah. Here's first spell drawing of the run, Pog. Except not Pog. Also, yeah, Hermione skip. Pog. You can just walk around the trigger, because
Yep.
it's small enough.
Yep.
Alright, so this is pretty much the main RNG of the run. It's all the spell drawings. There's a bunch of different lines for every like part of the spell drawing. Yeah, you can lose like up to 8-9 seconds, which is not like the worst thing ever, but this is like pretty much the only like source of RNG in this game. So yeah, I think the first line you can get 2 different lines, second one 3, third one 3 or 4, and last one I think it's 4 as well.
Yeah.
And all the other ones you can lose time, but it's not as bad as Flipendo, because the dialogues in Flipendo can vary between like 2 and like 6 seconds.
Yep. So basically getting the best lines in every single spell drawing is super rare.
Yep. But yeah, the other spell drawings are not going to matter as much, because the difference between a good and a bad lines on the other one is usually not more than 2 seconds. Right.
No super jump.
Super
Rip.
jump. Surge.
Yep.
So yeah, super jumps are frame perfect. When Zoba gets one, you will see what happens. Also, oldest trick in the game coming up, Cauldron Jump. Very pog. Unless Zoba fails it. When? Pog, he didn't fail it. So yeah, basically when you cast on cauldrons, the hitbox of the cauldron is going to be like slightly higher, which lets you reach some places you're not normally supposed to, like Zuba just did, and that saves like 40 seconds. So pretty cool. Okay, grabbing the save book. I wasn't sure.
Okay, good.
Okay, so I stayed quiet during this because this is again another multitask, and as I said, they have like weird properties depending on because here Zaba triggered 2 cutscenes at the same time, and here it lets you move during the cutscene, but it also locks your camera, which means you have to walk blindly to the next cutscene in order to get back your camera. So yeah, this is a part where runs die like pretty often. It's very fun. I'll also stay quiet during this because it is a pretty tricky part. So
Okay,
it was the first use of brightness boosting. So basically, just like in HP2 and also Brother Bear, but we don't talk about Brother Bear, even though I just did. If you change your brightness during a light harm animation and also damage animation in this game, you'll boost a little bit in the air. And yeah, it's very broken. That was the first like major use of it. And this is why Zaba did this menu glitch right at the start of the run. It's now whenever he pauses, his first screen will be the option menu, which means he doesn't have to click on the option button to go in the options, which is going to make brightness boosting a lot faster and easier. Yeah. Now we're onto broomstick practice, which is really hard part to do perfectly because the controls are a bit clunky. But Zaba will do it perfectly anyways.
Of course I will. Before I fail like 3 rings.
Yep.
Which is hopefully not gonna happen.
So yeah, there's really not much to explain here. Just obviously you want to cut the corners of the ring as close as possible to save every little frame you possibly can. Also, yeah, ideally you want to hold the acceleration the entire time, except for one ring, because first it's really hard, well, you didn't see it, or I didn't explain it, but there's one ring, during the orange ring, where you want to slow down, so release the acceleration key, and press it again, because making the turn is really hard, and it's also not really that much faster because you have to take such a wide line to actually make the turn that it's just not really worth it.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
Coming up, a trick that I actually found because I am PogChamp. I found it a week ago, less than a week ago.
That I haven't learned actually.
Oh my god. Okay, well, we won't see. Such. Okay, but yeah, basically, there's a trick coming up which is about 40 seconds, which required a super jump. Okay, so I didn't explain it because Zaba didn't get any of them. Come on, Zaba, get good.
I did.
But,
I got one of
Oh,
them.
you did?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm blind. Sorry. But basically, a super jump is on certain slopes, ledge. I don't know. You get like an insane amount of speed, but only for a frame. But if you jump on that frame, you keep all that speed until Harry lands on the ground. Which most of the time only saves like 2 to 3 seconds. But here it's slightly different because it lets us do a multitask, which saves about 40 seconds. The problem is you only have one try at it. So yeah, if Zaba fails it, that's 40 seconds gone. So big.
Yep.
But yeah, recently, and recently as in like 4 or 5 days ago, I found a way to skip that super jump. which means you don't have to, because yeah, super jumps are frame perfect. So that means you don't have to go for the frame perfect jump anymore. And that method only loses like 3 seconds over actually going for the super jump. So if that bike gets the super jump, it's actually optimal. So we'll see.
Yep, let's see. Okay, didn't get it. Rip.
Ledge. So yeah, that small ledge here where Zaba jumped is where you would normally get the super jump, but he jumped slightly too late, unfortunately. But it's okay.
Guess Rip 106. Oh well.
Rip. So yeah, what the multitask does is, so it lets you move during the cutscene when you start charms, and there's a trigger right in front of Fleetwick that triggers the cutscene that's right after the spell drawing, which takes you to the next room. So because we can walk inside the classroom before the spell drawing actually starts, we can hit that trigger that takes us to the next room and do the spell drawing at the same time, which saves a lot of time because so it lets you go to the next room and it also lets you hit the Vingardium block and place it on the platform. So all of this that you're seeing right now, it would essentially be skipped until we gain movement again. But that's okay, because there are still very POC strats coming up.
Yep. That's right.
This is block clip. Block clip sometimes likes to not be nice, but essentially if you put a block on Harry's head while being close to the gate, the block will just clip through the gate. Does that make sense?
Sadly, you cannot do it on this other side.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Only works on the left side for some weird reason. Now we're onto the POG boost. So yeah, so we can do block clip on the other side, but that's also good because it lets us free a gnome, which we bring up to here to do a gnome boost. Because as I said, you can do boost off of damage.
Oh my god.
And here Zaba is going for a trick that he's really struggling with. Block is a bit too far from Harry. You should probably just place it on the platform and do the old strat.
Yo, what?
Camera is so messed up. Oh no.
Oh my god, this is so bad.
Alright, I'm gonna explain it, but basically this is a glitch that's only possible on the European version, but you can kind of cast a Vingardium spell at the door here, like Zaba just did, and spells can trigger loading zones, because, yeah, makes sense.
Well, yeah. Considering how easy it is, I just failed it really badly, so...
Alright. So I'm gonna stay quiet during this, because this is the hard part.
Oh my...
Oh wow. Oh no. That's the worst thing that can happen. Pretty much impossible to get in now.
Whatever.
Alright, well, I guess since now Zaba can get the cutscene, I'll explain very quickly. This is second wall landing, by far the hardest level of the run. Or one of the hardest level of the run. And it's very different from US, because the trigger to start the Peef side is placed slightly differently. And I'm not really gonna go into why, but it changes how we play this level entirely. Hog, double skip. So that jump that Zaba just did is very precise, and it skips a 23-second cutscene.
Okay, that's good enough.
Right, and that was a save book super jump. So yeah, basically second floor landing. On US, we can sort of like clip onto a wall and like skips the peace fight and chain a lot of multitask. Just because the peace fight starts slightly earlier on the Norwegian version, we can't do any of that. So we have to be creative and do a lot of different strats, which are actually faster than on US, but they're very difficult. And the thing you saw at the end here in the save book is a save book super jump, which for some reason, if you jump into a save just low enough, but also high enough, when you reload the save, you'll get that same thing that we get on the super jump, where we get the all the speed for a frame, and if we jump on that frame, we keep all that speed, and it skips the Malfoy fight, which again is another like 23 seconds, I think. Hog boost.
Okay, that was not great, but not terrible either.
Second boost pog. So yeah, also another pretty big difference between US version and Norwegian version. Damage boosting, it moves you a lot further than on US. We're not sure why, but it just does. Which makes certain boosts possible on Norwegian and literally impossible on US, or like barely possible. Alright, this is an onion, please. I swear it is an onion.
Oh my god, really?
Do not believe anything that anyone else will tell you about this. Yeah, this is our fourth spell of the run, and the last one too, that we'll be learning. There's a fifth one, but as I said earlier, we can skip it. Alright, incendio. So, not a very hard level. It has the first use of multitask. Well, technically there's another one, but Zeba failed it because he's bad. But there's another use of multitasking, damage multitask, where we take a damage into a cutscene. We move during them. Coming up very soon. And we'll do another one right at the end of this level. There we go. So getting hit by this guy lets us move during the cutscene where Sprout talks, which is pretty cool.
Whoa.
Oh god, that was close.
Yep.
There we go. And that's the multitask. So yeah, here the switch that Zaba just casted at, the hitbox of the switch is actually like, or part of the hitbox of the switch is actually outside of the thing that's covering it. And yeah, you can kind of just like cast on like few pixels of switch, like outside of the cage or whatever. I can't English. Don't mind me. No, Pog boost. Pog. Yeah, unfortunately we have to go to the top of this. We can't skip opening this door, which saves a lot of time.
Nice frog.
Pog frog. Ooh. That was very pog.
It was
Alright,
pretty
so
good.
yeah, the thing you saw right at the end of Incendio is pretty funny, but basically there's a trigger to close door, and there's a trigger to start the cutscene with Sprout. But luckily, they put the trigger to start the Sprout cutscene just after the one that closes the door, so we can just kind of walk around the Sprout cutscene and hit the trigger that finishes the level. And yeah, Zeba also skipped the cutscene here by jumping on a bush. It's a small cutscene with hard grid. Now we're gonna fight Malfoy. Also, this voice acting is wonderful. Nothing else to say. So now we just... This fight is really simple, unlike the PS1 version you saw earlier. PS1 version, also because it has worse controls on the broomstick. But yeah, the fight is a lot harder than this. Because on this, you literally just hold acceleration the entire time and you run into him 4 times and he's done.
Nice gold.
Ooh. Log. I can't see your splits, but I believe you. So now a cutscene where Max Nurp, she tells us that it's very bad that we use the broomstick, but she realized that we're actually pog at flying, so we can play Quidditch very soon. 2 matches. Now, by far the shortest level of the run, Force Edge, because it has one extremely broken boost, which I'll let Zeba focus on. You go for this. Oh my god.
Yep. Oh my god, what? Okay. My reload
That's what you
just...
get for going for this stupid thing.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not gonna go for the...
Oh god.
Oh, my game froze. Let's go.
Oh no, the brightness freeze. It should be back. Oh, there we go. Alright, that was very cursed, but it worked. So yeah, the thing that I tried right at the start is a strat that literally no one uses, because it can actually crash your game when you load in to Forest Edge, which is really dumb. But again, another of those where if you pause right at the start, you can super jump. And the thing you saw right after is called the Superman boost. And yeah, so Hari has like a bunch of different ledge grab animation, and one of them is extremely broken, which means if you boost during that animation and then boost like slightly later in the animation, it will face Hari in like a really weird way, which lets us boost forward instead of upward. And yeah, skips that level entirely. So this is yeah, that was literally the shortest level of the run. Even like the small transition between classes are still longer than this, which is pretty funny. Alright, and now we're onto the best skip of the run. So this game also has a 5-state skip. If you were here for the PS1 version, you probably saw like some like really like some insane pauses, Harry going out of bounds, climbing some invisible ledge, really precise directions. In this, um, somebody is gonna jump into the damage, then boost, land into a trigger, and that's 5-state skip.
Yep, that's all.
And here we wait for 2 minutes, because that's fun.
Yep, this is super exciting.
So I guess I'll explain what's actually happening during this. So basically, as soon as you get past the first door to go get the fire seed, there's a trigger that tells the game to make this trigger that Zava just set active, which is essentially a trigger that's like right at the end of fire seed, like the cutscene where Harry tells you you got the fire seed I need, blah blah blah. So we hit that trigger early, but the problem is, in order to finish this cutscene, actually needs Hagrid, but he's not here. Is like literally inside his hut, and the trigger to spawn Hagrid is at the end of the Fire Seed level, which we never hit because we never played Fire Seed. So the game waits like 2 minutes. Hagrid right now is like walking against a wall in his hut to try to get to this cutscene, which is impossible. So after 2 minutes, the game is like, okay, well, you can't get there. I'll just spawn you here. And that's how this trick works. So this trick used to take 2 minutes, but then we found a really, really broken boost in the Fire Seed level that skips like literally half of it. And now it only saved like 15 seconds. So that's pretty funny. Maybe one day we'll find some other stupid strat to actually make playing through Fire Seed faster, but that day is yet to come. So the pig is called Steve,
Steve.
and yeah. Yeah, you saw Hagrid spawning, or if you were paying attention, on the bottom left corner, you saw Hagrid spawning for like a frame. So yeah, that's when the game is like, okay, well, I need to spawn Hagrid, otherwise that cutscene can't finish. Which is really weird that it does it here, because it doesn't do that for like every single cutscene. Some cutscenes, if one of the NPC can't get to a certain point, then you're just soft locked and you can't do anything. So we're really lucky that this works. Otherwise, we would actually have to play through Fire Seed, which would be pretty hard because Fire Seed has a really stupid wall walk and a very annoying boost.
And that was Fire Seed level.
Yep. Or insane way of skipping Fire Seed. Yeah, now we're gonna do our first Quidditch match. Don't worry about the audio. Lee Jordan just has some problems to talk, but still a great commentator. Sorry, I meant laughing sticks. again on this, if you were watching PS1 footage, you have to go through rings for like, I don't know, a minute and a half. It's really long. On this, it's gonna be pretty short. Because we don't have to go through rings, we just need to get close to the snitch, and because the snitch is very slow, it's not hard at all. And yeah, then we'll just grab it. Which will take probably less than 15 seconds. And that was Quidditch. I hope you enjoyed.
What a great Quidditch game.
So this is actually where most of the time save comes from on Norwegian, because Latin sticks in Norwegian is really, really, really fast, and he talks very quickly. So I think this dialogue, or this Quidditch match alone, saves like 10 seconds, just on dialogue. Pretty cool. Right, then we got 2 cuts and skips coming up. Yeah, the first one is gonna skip a cutscene with Snape, and the second one is gonna skip the last spell drawing that we would normally do.
Oh,
Oh, what am I gonna bunny hop? So this, what you saw here, is literally like, so it's 1 frame perfect, and then 2 frame perfects input in a row. But yeah, how this game works is basically when you jump, the moment Harry lands on the ground, he actually clips inside the ground. So if you jump on that frame, then I think walk on the next frame, and then do 2 frame perfect inputs in a row, which I think is literally only possible if you have 2 inputs, because otherwise you jump on 1 frame, but there's like a frame where like nothing is happening. So yeah. Triple frame perfect, easy. Hog. This setup is bad, I don't care.
knew you were gonna say it.
Yeah, the first thing you saw was a wall walk, which we actually didn't go over, but we did. Zaba did one in Flipenda. But if you jump at like pretty specific angle, not too bad, but yeah, you kind of just clip on the wall and it skips the 1-minute cutscene. And you essentially do the same thing to skip the Lumo spell and there you go.
Oh my god, this is bad.
Okay.
Okay, that was really bad.
Yeah. So again, this is not a super jump, so frame perfect, and it skips the cutscene that you would normally get after casting on the Luma statue where Quirrell's talking. Yeah, saves about 10 seconds, so Saba probably didn't save any time by doing it, but it looks cool, so who cares?
Yep.
So there's not much going on in this level. It's only the first part, which is pretty hard because obviously frame perfect. And then right at the end, there's not a really cool trick, which is not extremely difficult, but it can troll you if it wants to. Time for another Pog boost. So there's actually a faster way of doing this where you get a super jump on the ledge, which is extremely stupid. No one goes for that because it requires like almost a perfect angle and a good speed and everything. So we're not gonna do that. And learn right side SMH.
Yep. Okay, that was good.
So again, just like in Wingardium, spells can trigger can trigger loading zones. And the loading zone to end Lumos is right near Coral, so we can kind of just cast a Flipendo and hit the trigger. Now time for dungeons. Unfortunately, Zaba was too slow, so he's gonna lose house points. Maybe if he would have played faster, he wouldn't lost how many house points. But hey, that's how it is. Just gotta go fast. Oh, actually, this is something really interesting. They I only discovered because I did 100 runs on this because we recently found that 100% is also faster on Norwegian. You don't actually lose house points during this cutscene, even though you should. You only lose it when you come back from Dungeon B. But you do lose house points on the US version, which is really weird.
Oh.
So, on the US version, when you beat the game, I think you end up with 342 points, and on Norwegian you end up with 347 points. It's pretty funny.
Oh, okay, nice.
Good job, Zaba. So yeah, here Zaba jumped but released forward slightly too early, so he had no acceleration into that jump, so he just died. Yep, all US runs invalid. Now we have to play Norwegian in 400. But yeah, we will lose house points when we finish dungeon though. 2 house points. Platforming here, not much to explain. So, oh no, it's the Bloody Baron, but we can just jump into him. Zaba is gonna go for block, skip, skip, skip. Which is also a trick I found. Tipo.
A really good trick, not gonna lie.
Yep. So, this actually isn't the fastest way to complete that last section. Essentially, the fastest way, which is 3 seconds faster than what Zaba did, is doing a block clip, like we saw on Wingardium, which used to say 7 seconds until we found that trick where you kind of just jump on the gate to block it, because Harry can block gates. That makes sense. So now the block clip is only 3 seconds faster. So most runners just don't really go for it. But Freck, that one makes sense. Block skip is the block clip. Block skip is not doing block clip because you're skipping block clip. But block skip is skipping both block clip and not doing block clip. It's not block skip. Block skip is just doing casual. Block skip is the name of the trick. But yeah, here Zaba wanted to cast on the block and jump while the block was moving to keep a little bit of momentum. But unfortunately, he didn't.
Yep, I'm bad. That's
Yeah,
right.
but good.
Yep.
And yeah, we just lost 2 house points per hand. Yes, Zaba had the fastest intro the world has ever seen. Insane. Right. Time for troll. Also, yeah, if you walk quickly enough, or like in an optimal line, Ron just like starts walking against the wall. Does that make sense?
Yep, Ron Pepega Club.
Yep. So you can go for a total of 4 super jumps during this. 3 of them Zaba is not gonna go for them because they're really stupid, but one of them he's gonna go for, which is this one, which you missed. But yeah, right before that one did he just attempt, there's another one on the first set of stairs that you can do, which barely saves any time. The second one tried, and there's this one on this set of stairs, but that one is stupid because the speed you get out of the super jump is not very consistent, and you need the lowest possible speed in order to not like super jump into the gap. And then the fourth one is something that's almost impossible that Nixo go once ever. But you can sort of like clip, because the way they made this level, they like, I think someone said they placed the planks like one by one, which is really weird. And there's like small gaps between certain planks, so you can kind of just clip into them. And most of the time when you do that, you die. But Nixo managed to like clip into one of them, and then jump on the next frame, which gave him super jump. Paid by the hour. Yeah, this game has some like very questionable level design, but hey, we're doing it with what they had at the time. Can't blame them too much. So yeah, troll, very difficult. We just kind of pre-aim and cast on the thing the troll throws at us,
which we can't do the entire time because as we go, the troll throws the object faster and faster. So we still have to aim up. And Zaba almost got hit twice in a row.
Yep.
But yeah, and if the troll hits wrong, it's like an 11-second time loss. And sometimes, like, you literally, like, the spell just won't hit the object, and, like, the object will just hit wrong, and there's literally nothing you can do about it. That's also really fun. Alright, on to second Quidditch match, which is gonna go a lot faster because we later on already explained how Quidditch works. It doesn't have to play it a second time. But same thing, we're gonna get close to the snitch and just grab it. Hopefully. Ooh. But I got very lucky here. So there's a glitch in Quidditch, a very stupid glitch where when Harry gets close to the snitch, he has a weird animation where he tries to grab the snitch. And if that happens at the same time as Harry gets hit, then you're like kind of stuck in the weird animation, and you can't really do anything. You have to wait like 5 seconds. Not fun.
Wait, does that happen on Norwegian as well?
Yep.
Oh,
All versions. Pretty sure.
it's actually been a
Hope I'm
while
not
since.
telling lies.
It's been a while since I got it, so
That's
I
because you're better at the game. Well,
Kappa. Now it's going to be the best part of the game, obviously.
yep. So Filch time. One of the hardest level of the run to do perfectly. There's a lot of actually doesn't really have any major glitch. We'll only use 2 brightness boost in this level. But the first 3 rooms actually have 0 glitches. It's all about having really precise movement. Because a lot of the strats involve Filch moving in a certain direction. Which are really hard to master because Filch can be really annoying. So the next room, Zaba wants to cast on the switch as early as possible. And if he doesn't, he's gonna have to wait for Filch to actually get past the switch, because otherwise Filch will just block the spellcast, because that makes sense. And he got it. So yeah, this cast right here is very precise. A very short window.
Oh wow,
Oh my god, Zaba, come on.
dude.
Should have went for the strat that says point 2.
Yeah, I wanted to, but then I was like, no, that's just not.
So yeah, it's kind of stupid, but you can't really cast too early in that section. Because Zaba here was trying to cast on the switch, but you cast it too early, and because Filch was still, or Harry was still in Filch's vision, when he cast it, he just got caught immediately. And yeah, getting caught on Filch is very brutal because it usually loses minutes. See what happens. Pog, you can get caught. And yeah, here you can just kind of lure him, and as soon as you hit the bookcase, for some reason Filch just like stops chasing Harry. Grab the save book. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So yeah, normally in any or like in regular times we wouldn't got the save book, which is why again dying on field is very brutal because it's literally run over. You lose like a minute. Right. Now the scariest part of this third room, we want to drop in front of Filch. And there we go. There's actually a very slightly faster strat to this, but it requires dropping in front of Filch backward. It means you can't really see where you're landing. It's even scarier.
Nice.
And that's pretty much it for Filch. There's one last trick, which I don't know if Zaba will go for.
I will not.
Okay. I'm not sure if I can trust him on that. Okay. 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 So yeah. Yeah, you can, instead of casting out this gargoyle, you can directly go where... Okay, well, I was gonna say where the camera is facing, but okay, yeah, here, over here. But then, obviously, because you can't cross the gap, because there's no Lumos platform, and you have to do a very tricky jump, which loses like 40 seconds if you fail it. Now, I only save 7 seconds. So, a very terrifying jump. And it's impossible to die on that boost, right? Right.
Right.
No one has ever died during that boost, even during knocked effective relay rates. That never happened. So yeah, normally we have to wait for fails to get to the door in the cutscene with no worries, but we can kind of just jump on the bridge and skip all of that. Because for some reason you can cast on the door even though it has a gate in front of it, and it skips the cutscene with no worries and despawns Filch. Alright, so here normally you'd have to cast on the bookcase and like kind of do some like jumping around to go behind Filch, but we can kind of just walk in front of him and lure him somewhere else and just walk past him. And we're gonna do next skip. If Zaba is good, you will get a super jump.
I'm not good.
The thing. So yeah, this jump that Zaba just did, you sort of, well, we abused the fact that the lamp has a really, well, the candle rather, has a really broken collision, or really big collision, and you can just kind of get pushed by it, and lets you reach that ledge. Also, that door that you saw, the second one that I opened, is actually not there on US. Which means it would technically be slower, or like lose you a second. But then if you do a cast from like before the first door, you you don't have to like cast the second time when you leave this room on the door that's right outside. So it actually doesn't lose time. Honk. Now, the final room of filch. Again, this is a pretty scary spot in any prison because we don't grab in save book because save books are slow, lol. But here, there's one final save book which again loses like 4 seconds, which we don't get in any prison. And if you die into the last room, which is very possible because it's a pretty hard room if you go for a multitask. Yeah, and if you if you fail it and die in that room, it's like a 5-minute time loss. So very cool. Zaba is gonna do the smart thing and grab the save book.
Yep. Gotta be smart for once.
Yep. Zaba missed the backwalk.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't really go over them, but you probably saw Zaba having this weird backwalk animation. Again, as I said at the very start of the run, you want to add the backwalk animation during certain cutscenes because it moves the camera faster. And you can kind of just do it by holding back and then holding forward right after, because Hari will keep the backwalk animation even though he's moving forward. We don't do that for every single cutscene because not all cutscenes, like how fast they played, are based on camera movement. So there's a multitask right at the end of this, which is a lot harder to get on US, and it works slightly different on the US version, because you get it by literally just holding back. But on this, you can't really do that. So Zaba has to pray that the very last Wingardium block that he's gonna cast on slides off the platform to get the multitask.
Rip.
And yes, rip. And after that, you would have to normally cast on the Wingardium block and trigger the cutscene at the same time as your spell hits the Wingardium block. Which is very scary because if you enter into the cutscene too early and then the Wingardium spell hits the block, you soft lock. And you're literally on the only way to save it is to reload your save. Which loses like 5 minutes. And now we're approaching in-game. So it's gonna be trials and then Voldy. So yeah, this is the cutscene you would normally skip. This cutscene is playing, but when you do the multitask, the camera is kind of like moving between the two rooms. And because it tries to play the cutscene with Filch and Peeves opening the door that you saw earlier, it's like the game is like, yeah, I can't really play the Fran and George cutscene because it's not where the camera is supposed to be, so kind of just skips it. Alright, now late game. Or end game. So, Floppy, really not much to explain. There's 2 super jumps that Zaba is gonna try to go for. And that's about it. And there's very little RNG during Floppy, so we're gonna use the flute. And so obviously Floppy has 3 faces, and one of them is very slow, one of them is semi-slow, and one of them is very fast. And you want to start playing the flute from slowest phase to the fastest phase.
and which phase is the fastest or the slowest is random, so you can lose a bit of time on this. But that's a very like minimal time loss. I got no super jumps, unfortunately. Those are like really hard to get because the angle and like timing of the jump are really awkward.
Okay, let's see.
Alright, so the bag got second best RNG. Best one is you start with the left one, and he's the slowest one, and then middle one is semi-slow, and right one is fastest one. So you got middle, left, right, so not too bad. Something interesting in this cutscene, you can, unlike US, it's an European only glitch, but it doesn't really save any time. You can actually play the flute during the cutscene, and it lets you move during it. But if you play the flute at a bad timing, then you soft lock. So, yeah. This is Devil's Snare. So, Devil's Snare, very simple. You cast 5 times on Hermione and 5 times on Ron. And you're done.
Yep, easy.
So next split, keys. Essentially just like Quidditch, slightly harder because the keys has like slightly different pattern than Snitch does, and it's a like slightly harder one, but it's really not that bad once you know how to do it. I'm gonna do a turn very soon. And just grab it. On US, because the cutscene with Hermione is slightly shorter, the path is like slightly different for the keys, and you can actually grab it before the turn, but it's very difficult. On Origin, it's obviously not possible because the cutscenes is very slightly longer. Alright, chess. So we can skip the cutscene that's right in front of the chessboard where Ron got destroyed by one of the pieces. It's a very hard track, which Zaba will hopefully get. First try, let's go. Here we go. So yeah, that jump into the invisible collision is very tricky because you need to have a good angle, run and jump just at the right time so you have enough speed but not too much, and then hold right in the air and release it at a certain timing so you don't lose all your speed, and then you can land on the collision. And all the like movement out of bounds that you saw is also not very easy, because if Zaba jumps on the chessboard too close from the cutscene with Ron and Hermione, you're soft locked. Oh yeah, very fun. And last level. Which has one kind of difficult boost near the end. The fight itself is pretty simple. First, we get a wall walk here, which skips a very long cutscene and having to do a skip that's like not terribly difficult, but can screw you over sometimes. Here we would normally need to use 2 blocks to get to curl, but because we have brightness boosting, we don't.
Oh my god, this was perfect.
GG Zubu. So yeah, those were the last 2 very hard strats of the run. This fight is like really simple. There's not much to it. You just need to make sure Voldy moves in front of the mirror. But yeah, that first boost, you have to get under the arch, which requires like some kind of precise timing with the boost. It's not super easy. And then the second boost, you have to jump into the damage, which you can't really see because we try to make it so that the angle is like perfect to blend into the trigger. That's like in the corner. And that trigger skips the entire cutscene that there is in front of the mirror, which saves like a minute. And it warps us to the fight immediately. But yeah, the fight is pretty simple. We just kind of avoid the spells from Voldy, and then move like walk in front of them to move him back in front of the mirror. And the last one,
Yeah, it is my opinion.
we're gonna take a
Right, let me
damage
Oh,
abuse
okay, I get it.
and
quickly try to fucking fix it.
it's
Done.
time. Go Sammy.
Go,
Yeah,
Yeah, now I
Sammy.
can
Yep.
hear your game and myself and everything through the stream.
Okay, it's 1:12:19 for the awful.
Yeah, we'll look like
We're still on
really
screen.
quickly
Look at the Wii.
trying to.
Oh no, I think you're gone. The game is not on. They
Just
keep
a
their hand.
second, sorry. I was using a different like scene collection than I usually was, and for some reason I was getting no audio off of it.
Zaba, stop streaming. Sure, still streaming.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, started. Sorry for the rough start to this game. Hi everyone. I am Sammy, and I'll be showing off HP2 GBA. This is the first HP2 that we see today. Yeah. So about this game, there are like no skips pretty much. like just a couple of strats. So there isn't gonna be much to explain about the run. Oh, barely made the cycle. It's gonna be hard to read chat for me because, like, my game is like at the very top left corner of my screen, and my chat is on my phone to the right of me. So I apologize if there is not going to be much interaction with it. So we get the Crane Gods first thing in this game to get some money so you can buy stuff in Diagon Alley. And for some reason, one of the forgot their names, but one of the workers. Okay, I love the collision on that. It's lovely. Anyways. He wants you to get 5 gems so you can access your vault. And we get those by going around Gringotts. And like the collision on this door where you usually stand in to cast isn't amazing. So your spells will get stuck on it, and that's exactly what happened, and I tried to fix it, but I messed it up even more. Pretty much, iMac. This game, in my opinion, has the best soundtrack of the GBA games. So, once we get all the gems, the last ones in this rock, we'll be allowed to go into a different vault that has pretty much nothing to do with ours. And we get to fight this massive fire crab for some reason. And what that'll do is it'll get us a spellbook of Incendia. So we will actually be able to go into our vault. Which is over here, so we need to use Incendio to get rid of the spiderwebs. Then we get our big pile of cash. And we leave. That is somehow still faster than in my PB. Wow, that's embarrassing. So now we have a couple of small quests in Diagon Alley. The first one is going to be buying a potion vial. The potions, you can refill them at those cauldrons and it'll give you 3 health bars back. Oh yeah, fun fact about this game, there's a quick switch option in between spells, but it's not like in 1 GBA where it's just pressing a button. In this game you have to hold select and then press B. B being the spellcast button. And they didn't know that for like years. I don't actually know how they actually discovered it. It was probably an accident, but that's cool, I guess. Because like it also works the same way in switching in between like your potion vials or whatever you have equipped in the second slot. Oh yeah, this quest is getting Neville's toad back because he lost it again, as usual. There is no C button perpetuum. But sure. Now, we get this awesome cutscene where we see Lockhart, and this is actually the only time we'll see him. I play on a DS with a capture card installed with a 3D printed grip. So, after that wonderful cutscene, we're in the pub that's in Diagon Alley. Kind of forgot the name at the moment. But anyways, there's a fireplace here that we will use to get to Hogwarts. So we get the flue powder and then we go back to Ron. And then suddenly we're like in the flying car, because yeah, taking flue powder will allow you to become a flying car, of course. Also, sorry for my gold split sound effect, I just switched layouts, so that won't be happening anymore. I think this game is decently fun, but yeah, there's not that much going on. It's usually just walking from one place to another. So I don't like playing it for that long at a time. Especially because there are 2 points in the run where I like to reset a lot, and that's restricted section and Flitterbee catch. which I'll explain when we get there. So, in this game, there are portraits, but they're not unlocked yet, so we have to go all the way up to the seventh floor. And on the way we meet Peeves, who is for some reason throwing faces at us. Like, casually, I did really enjoy this game. It didn't seem dull to me, but yeah. Speedrunning it, there's not that much going on. I also had no idea how to unlock the portraits in my casual playthrough, so I had to walk up and down these stairs a lot, which was very fun, of course. Oh yeah, 6 strat coming up, which we will use a lot in the run. That was the strat. It's if you activate a portrait, then it'll like open up and Harry will crawl inside unless you like jump. So you just jump into the portrait instead of allowing Harry to crawl in, which saves a little bit of time every time you do it. So, and we do it so often throughout the run, it probably saves a decent chunk of time. I opted not to get a co-commentator because, yeah, there's not much to say. The collision is sometimes kind of strange because it's like angled at a 45-degree angle this game. Instead of 1 GBA where it's just like a top view. So now this section, they're bean challenges, and what the bean challenges do is they give you beans, and the second one will open all portraits. And it's actually faster to do the bean challenges and get all portraits and use them instead of walking up and down the stairs all the time. They also have the weirdest backgrounds of this entire game. Oh, if you think that's a trippy background, you should see Bean Challenge 4. But that won't be featured in this run. Oh, I missed the bean. Oh well. I'll get it. Okay, we fall in on purpose because we respawn at the door, and that's slightly faster. So now all portraits are unlocked, so we can start using them. We also talked to George here, and by some balloons, which I will definitely forget where to use. Now we get caught by Percy, which will once again put us at the door. And that's the end of day 1 in this game. I somehow golded that again. So now we're heading to our first Quidditch practice. Quidditch in this game is extremely awkward to control. But first we need to get some very important information from Ron. That information being how house points work, which for some reason we didn't get informed by Dumbledore of. And we also haven't learned it in our first year, of course. We've obviously forgotten it. So all these owl posts that you see is actually just information and tips of the game, but like never really bothered to read them. So this Quidditch is very awkward because it's sort of 3D, but it's 2D. Just like those old racing games, for example. Which I find very awkward to control. You can also use your boost here, but I'm not confident enough in my abilities. Hermione informs us on where to go now. If you don't read the dialogue, there's always an option in the menu to see where you're supposed to go. But it's just like a vague tip. Like I got stuck in like a certain area of the game because the tip was way too vague for my understanding. Now Ron informs us that we should go to Fred and George. So I talked to Fred, or George, I don't know, they don't have a big letter on their chest in this game, so I never know. Okay, now thanks for the raid whip. Now we're in the Filch section. This is the first sneaking section of the game. There are gonna be a couple more. We have to get a certain potion ingredient, I believe. This is also our first introduction to the invisibility cloak, which works very well. Oh, okay. Doesn't really matter. Cloak has to time out first anyways. You can't jump, drink a potion, or spellcast while under a cloak. How far are we behind? About 15 minutes, I think. Now, the first part that's kind of Monka W is sneaking past Filch here. Okay. Now, I only know this since yesterday, but apparently it doesn't matter if Mrs. Norris sees you. Like, what she'll do is, she'll just call Filch, but Filch won't come in that room for some reason. Like, I thought it was, like PC, where, if you touch Norris or Filch, you'll get caught either way. Small strat here, you're supposed to flip the switch to turn off the fire, but you can also just go in between the bursts of fire. So, for some reason there's a troll in Filch's office. That really doesn't want to cooperate right now. Okay. Another thing about this game, there will be a lot of dragging blocks around. So if anyone wants to, like, find a skip where you don't have to use the blocks, feel free to. So, we got our thing. It's a roll of paper. Can't remember why we had to get it. I've read the dialogue in this game once and forgotten everything about it. Okay, and that was our filch section. Even though Filch sees you coming out of his office, he's still like, oh, grr, I couldn't catch you. So... Even though there's pretty obvious evidence that he just like broke into his office. So we can't use the portrait here because there's this cutscene. And unlike most other versions where this cutscene happens, like it's only you, Filch, and Dumbledore. Like there's no big amount of students standing around. So this is the end of our second day. Was quite eventful. We did Quidditch and we snuck into Filch's office. So now we're ready for our first proper Quidditch practice match. I mean, not practice match, but first actual Quidditch lesson instead of just flying lesson. Floor 2 first. Wait, no, sorry. I misread my notes. Excellent. Sick time loss. Because I am Pepega. So this is the first parts that I really dislike about this game. And it is this Quidditch lesson. Because there's a Flitterbee. And it's RNG where it is. Oh my god, I barely missed it. Oh, sick. Oh my fucking god. Shut up! Okay. Grab it. Grab it. Harry! You can see why I reset here often. Oh my, this RNG is insane, man. Like, that's so bad. That lost me 3 minutes and 12 seconds, if you wanna know. I was 150 ahead and now I'm 120 behind. Which I'm not triggered by at all, you know? This game doesn't annoy me in the slightest. No, we have HP3 after HP4 because it's in order of the games. So now we have our first Charms lesson, and we learn Wingardium Leviosa. Okay, thanks Harry for getting stuck on that. That's unfortunate. If you want to know, for Hundo, there are like a huge amount of stars, like compared to any other version of the game. I mean, there are only stars in PC version. You know what I mean. And that was our charms lesson. Which I somehow saved 33 seconds on. I can still PB Copium. So now we go to the library to get a book. Which makes a lot of sense, actually. Okay. Kinda wanted the health though. So this is just like your average library, where you have to walk past death traps on every corner. You know, like the one in your town. I really don't like my health. Gonna play it a bit safer. You can juke these statues, I mean stands of armor, if you wanted to. Obviously, it'd just be faster to take the damage. So now we have our Hogwarts history book. And we head out of the library. Now we go back to the common room to finish the day, I think. There's a bug here that sometimes doesn't allow you to drink your potion in this section. But fortunately I didn't get it this time. Got it like the past 3 different runs though. They just have to know Like, it's just general knowledge. So now we discover Moaning Myrtle in the bathroom. She mentions something about something, which is probably important for something else. But anyways, we're off to the restricted section. And we meet Peace again, who likes to bully us for some reason. And Phil shall drop a Scourge spellbook, which we can use to go to the restricted section. This is another Monka W section, because these prefects, they're pretty blind, but they still like to catch you from time to time. Which I totally haven't gotten angry about in practice yesterday. You're supposed to use a balloon at the very beginning there, but as usual, I forgot about it. So now you can just sneak past this guy. And then this guy as well. So now we have to wait here a little bit because we don't make the cycle. But that's fine. Scourge in this game also allows you to shoot statues and they'll just go away. Oh, okay. I would come out of the curtain earlier there and like sneak past him, but since this is a marathon, I really don't want to risk it. Okay, we got out of restricted section without getting caught, which is the furthest I've gotten over the past 3 days. My heart was racing so much there. Anyways, now we're off to Transfiguration. We can't directly go there because we need an ingredient, which we can find by stealing so now we will be learning another spell, Force, which will allow us to turn statues into birds. And rocks as well. So in this next bit, you're supposed to go into the room and like activate a couple switches. So you will turn these to fires, but what we do is we just walk through. This room, you're supposed to dodge all these things, but you can just rub against the wall. Like, a lot of stuff that's in this challenge is like hundo only. Yeah, I'd say the same, Jin. In this room we will be casting as this. And also this. Now, these things can poison you, and that's very bad, because at this point we don't have any antidote on us. But now, once again, we're gonna head to Quidditch, the infamous Quidditch match against Slytherin, which is actually the only Quidditch match we play. Once again, Quidditch is gonna be in a completely different location. This time we're gonna go to the stadium. And there's also the like a bludger that for some reason like really likes to target you. It's so unobvious like where the next ring is gonna move. Oh yeah, you can't let Malfoy win this, otherwise you have to replay. We caught it first try, easy. Okay, now this super cool strat that was found relatively recently is grabbing this cloak. This was unknown for years until Seinfeld accidentally went the wrong way and found it, and apparently it was much faster. You don't have to kill him here, but I like to do so because sometimes he takes up like 3 health bars. There's no easy way of sneaking past this prefect. You always have to go in that corner. I mean, behind the curtain. Yeah, I passed the Everforce challenge with barely any stars. So we get this jar. Don't know what's in it. Don't know why we need it, but we got it. No, all stars aren't required at all. Think I need to, yeah. I think you're supposed to use a balloon here and there, but this guy is like really blind, so you can what you used to do is like stand at the left wall, and that would be far enough so he couldn't see you. Yeah, everything's as far as the stream goes, it's going fine. As far as the run, So now we just leave them to it while we go and snag some boomslang off of Snape, which isn't in the herbology area in this game. But it actually is in the cellar, in the below ground. It's also a cool sneaking strat here is that you rub up to this gate you go through later, and then he won't see you. And actually you can totally make it in time. There's this, there's Colin here. But we will not be saving him. So yeah, have fun dying here, I guess. Get the bean for extra swag. Now, we went all the way around just to flip the switch. To this moving platform. We don't need that switch. Here's Filch again. That was kinda close, but it was fine. That was also kinda close. I want this, yes. Then here there will be another troll fight. For some reason, in this game, staff don't really care about trolls just wandering. Also, cool strat here, you get this and then you throw this, so Snape gets angry and comes to inspect. And then he'll catch us, oh no! Which will put us back. Which will put us back at the entrance of the below ground. And that'll save having to walk all the way around and only sacrifices 5 house points. So, in my opinion, that's a pretty good trade-off. I know we see him again here. Flo was lying. I mentioned in the beginning of the run that that was the only time we'd see Lockhart. Why did it take me so long to think of his name? Charging here really doesn't matter, so you just spam him. Get the flux weed. Now there's now we got the flux weed, all in preparation of our potion. Man, I'm having difficulty remembering names of things. Anyways, we go to the third floor, not using portraits because they're unopened. Because the game forces you to watch this cutscene first. So Hagrid is here. He mentions something about having to go to the third floor. I think. Then we see this petrified student. And McGonagall insists we go to Dumbledore. He has this cool wall here. Which is the only place we'll be using that feature in any percent. I can't believe I've come back from a 3-minute time loss. Ahead again, so that's...
Za dużą, ona się wtedy przytnie idealnie. Łapiesz, o co chodzi? Ja, no czekaj, nie patrzę na twojego streama, już patrzę.
Artful on submit pace.
So then we become Goyle. The only thing that changes is the color of our cape. You can even like somewhat see that we still have the glasses on. We don't even change body type or anything. So now we will be infiltrating Slytherin. Unfortunately, this music isn't as good as music on PC in this part. But what are you gonna do about it? And then, oh no, we've changed back to what we originally look like. So there's another troll here. And even though you can't see him, there is a prefect on the other side of that. There will also be a prefect around here, yeah. Wasn't in time to make the cycle. Yeah, stars are required for Honda. I don't know the entire rule set, but it's winning the House Cup, stars and cards, and all bean challenges. But I think that's also part of all cards. Yeah, I don't really know much more about Hundo because I'm not a runner of that category. Like, if Beaver, SLS, or Nixo are here, the only runners of that category, they might be able to inform you about it, but I don't think they're here. So now we have successfully infiltrated Slytherin. We will be going to the second floor and talking to Hermione about our findings. Filch is there. And then he's not anymore. Then there's this book. It's Tom Riddle's diary. Tom Dulder. Harry puts it in the chest, which is a detail that'll come back in a bit. So now we're going off to Hagrid's. Kind of forgot how Harry found out he had to go to Hagrid, but it's not really that important. So Harry kind of spies on Hagrid here. Instead of Hagrid just dropping a tip on Harry about following the spiders, Harry just says, I suppose I should follow them. I guess we'll do for the speedrun. Oh yeah, there's a super intense boss fight coming up as well. So I gotta focus. Okay, good. That was good RNG on the boss fight, man. If you can't tell, I'm joking. Okay, so now we confirm that our book has been stolen. which we take as a perfect moment to just kind of push the last bit of story in. It's not really a lot going on in this split. It's just walking from one place to another. It's no spell casting of or anything. Just going to the second floor, having McGonagall inform us that we should go to the fourth floor. Seeing Hermione paralyzed, which she seemed like just fine only a moment ago, but I guess time moves fast. So then the dialogue goes on about the piece of paper in her hand. So then we just decide to go to enter the chamber, because that's totally a good idea.
Alright, Sammy, I dragged you in to see the runner for the next runner.
Hmm?
So your webcam will disappear right now.
Oh yeah, okay. Okay.
Your webcam is gone.
Yeah. Okay, now a super intense dialogue spamming sequence. This is the longest dialogue in the game. That was it. Fun fact about this boss fight, SLS accidentally discovered that Incendio was better because he dropped his controller and it switched spells. And then suddenly Incendio did a lot more damage than Flipendo. So using Incendio is the way to go now. Which there's actually like a massive difference. I really struggle using Flipendo, and Incendio it's just very easy. Also, the GBA really can't handle this boss fight. It lags quite a bit.
Monster Sammy, be ready for say.
Yeah.
Intense boss fight.
Okay, that's the boss defeated. Now this... the game is pretty much over. There's this final cutscene, and timing will end after this hat throwing sequence. And that'll be in 3, 2... now.
And we jump straight into the action. With HP2PC, we already see the cutscene skip. And first level of the game, the Willow, pretty hard one. You see, is now White Monster is trying to make a cycle. He made that. And now we'll see a very funny glitch that's similar in HP on PC. We have brightness boost, so we can basically boost. So that was the first boost of the level, and now we go to the second boost of the level, which will take us out of bounds, and then we'll just go straight into the trigger to end the level.
Damage.
Yeah,
Come on.
White Monster took some damage here. It's okay because there are like frogs that will give us this damage back later.
In Rictus Sempra, I can.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. In Rictus Sempra. And yeah, health is really important in this category, but at the beginning of the action you can actually lose some because of those frogs. And now we have another levels which are pretty boring because it's just like going from point A to point B without anything really exciting in between. There will be plenty of those in the speedrun. So I'll just like make introductions. My name is Inverse Desire and I'll commentate this run, and the runner is White Monster.
Yes, it's
the pretty new runner in the community from Poland, but he already made pretty good PBs in HP2. So now he's like running, and let's hope that he'll show us really good gameplay. So yeah, we just arrived at Hogwarts, and now we go to our first lesson, which is like Rictus Sempra. And here you see that he jumps on the slopes. Those stairs are actually slopes, not stairs. So he jumps to save like a little bit of time. It's not much, but it's time save. And now he is doing another boost to just keep those climbing on the staircase. And he goes to the first spell learning. And first spell learning is Rictus Sempra with Lockhart. It's quite different from the first game, because in first game Zasta had to like draw the shape, and now he just has one monster. We have to just like click the inputs, which you will see quickly. And the problem with this section is actually that it's pretty boring and easy, but there's quite a bit of a catch to it, because there's something called fake inputs. So basically the game can randomly decide that White Monster clicked some input, despite it not happening. He can also click one input, and it can recognize another one, and also game can lag in the moment he clicks the input. It can not recognize it. Actually, the strat to this action in any percent is to just do this spell learning and risk those spell inputs, but we can take the time loss by just like completely not doing anything, which White Monster decided, completely skipping RNG of this section,
It only loses 4 seconds, I think.
Yeah, it's not much if we just like don't do it completely, or like get fake input at the first round and then decide to not do anything, which is quite smart for the marathon, because fake inputs on Rictus Sempra are happening from time to time. So yeah, it's quite smart decision. And right after this, we'll jump into Rictus Sempra, which we do in any percent. In the ancient times, when there was like 100% and 20 frames, they actually skipped completely by just like going backwards at the start. But on 60 FPS, it's impossible. And the first trick we'll see is pause casting. So basically there's a delay, we need to wait after casting the spell. That's like pretty big, especially if you need to do a few casts back to back. But we can like completely destroy this delay by just opening the menu or the map in between those casts. You could see probably map opening for like a fraction of a second in between those casts. The reason why Monster uses the map is pretty practical, because the key to open the map is tab, which is like much more comfortable for the most runners on the keyboard, and it doesn't use almost nothing compared to main menu, at least for a human. So that's the reason he always uses the map. We'll see map quite often. It's quite a bit tricky trick. You kinda have to like learn how to double tap the map in between those casts, but once you get it to muscle memory, it's pretty easy, to be honest. And Rictus Sempra is like this level where you just like put those crabs into the holes, and we'll just like do some boosts and complete this level.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty like straightforward. We'll just go linearly. Now pretty fun riddle. We just need to cast Flipendo on those little buttons. Yeah, there's like a combination. The fastest one Monster just did. Now we go to the lift, and we'll have the Charleston skip, which has quite a few setups, quite a few strategies. He uses those doors to just push him a little bit forward to save like a second, and now he boosts over the entire chasm. and he did it.
Mm.
So that's nice.
Long ledge grab. That was, I think, bad.
Yeah, there's like a few ledge grab animations in this game, long, medium, and short one, and they have different animations. So the boosting of every one of them is pretty different. But the chasm is pretty forgiving. Here he got like a ledge grab, so he just skips very high, and he boosts straight into the trigger 2 and the challenge. And now we go to the bin bonus room, which is another very unforgiving section of the game, because right now we have less points than Slytherin, but the game wants us to win because it wants to show us like the bin bonus room.
Bad RNG, let's go.
Yeah, so basically it loops and adds points to Gryffindor until it wins, but it loses points randomly, and it can add that many, so we spend here like 20 seconds or 10 seconds. You already heard that monster was screaming like beta RNG, so like he was here in 20 seconds, which is kind of fortunate. We didn't like have any like official percentage how much we can spend here, but actually during the recent Polish HP2 tournament we calculated that good RNG is like 48%. You can have, so it's pretty good, but it's sometimes just 10 seconds time loss, unfortunately. And now we have Quidditch, which is pretty much the auto scroller. It's not HP1 where you can like move wherever you want. We just like follow the path, and the first section is just like we just like wait until we can catch the snitch, and we catch it. And yeah, the second one we just have to beat the enemy, which is another Gryffindor student, and catch the snitch. Nothing really crazy happening here. It's just pretty much the auto scroller, but in the second section you actually need to beat the Gryffindor girl, and yeah, it's pretty precise timing to beat her and make it so that she doesn't return. Monster managed it, so that's good because he saved some time over failing it. And he also didn't took damage, so that's really good. And now we go to the potions classroom for the lesson with Snape, which is pretty interesting because we can softlock there.
I did it yesterday, I think, or 2 days ago.
Yeah, but I guess in the marathon we'll just play it safe because we need to collect 2 ingredients and go to the cauldron to make a potion. But unfortunately, if we are too fast, the game can softlock. So the cue to this is when Snape starts talking, then we are safe. So some monster like waited a second for Snape to talk, and he didn't get a softlock. And now we go to the second spell learning, which is exactly the same as Rictus Sempra. We just follow the different pattern. To get there we use slightly different strategy because it's another floor. We just go by the stairs. You can also boost here, which saves a very little amount of time, so most runners just don't go for it. And yeah, we follow Hermione into the Scourge. And yeah, spell learning, once again, fake inputs, they're very common on Scourge. So we'll see if White Monster will just do this spell learning, or he will just accept some seconds of time loss rather than risking RNG. And one thing I didn't mention yet, but it's pretty visible, we play this game in Swedish because it's the fastest language. Actually, we skip a lot of cutscenes. There are only a few unskippable, which most of them is just spell learning lessons. So yeah, that's from where the time loss and time save by the language comes. And we see that he does spell learning this time. He's risking it. We'll see if this will pay off or not. And about the level itself, because it will be very short, so I can as well like explain it right now. Well, there's like two fast strategies to do this challenge. One of them is warp, which we'll talk about it later. because I assume the white monster will not go for the warp because it's slower. There is another skip which is called Scourge skip, and it's pretty precise. We just need to do one very precise jump to like clip into the wall, which gives a lot of trouble to some of the new runners, but it's not that scary. Like recently we had like Polish HP2 tournament, and Zipstone taught a lot of Polish players the game, and pretty quickly they're able to get the skip very quickly, but it can also be very painful if you like start by yourself.
No fake inputs, by the way.
Yeah, we got like game was very forgiving today, and no fake inputs. And now you see white monster like setting up the angle because jump is pretty tight. And he got it.
I always have problems with that jump. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's hard, but we got it pretty quickly. Like it was fine. And now we go to the winner bonus room, but because we didn't collect that many points this time, we lose it. Malfoy goes there to collect beans instead of us, but we save time. That's a bit of unfortunate, but we'll get our revenge later. You will see. I promise. And now we go to the Bicorn, one of the hardest levels in the game, to be honest. It's probably not the hardest, but it's pretty technical and unforgiving.
This is my favorite level.
Yeah,
I like it.
People usually love or hate Bicorn, to be honest. There is not really much in between, and we already have first boost. We want to get the short ledge grab animation because it moves us at the beginning backwards, so we can boost into the wall walk here. You saw that wall walk trolled white monster and he didn't get it, so he just like doing like now casual way, which is kind of nice to showcase as well.
I hate Bicorn. I hate Bicorn now.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It's pretty unforgiving level. And another thing I should mention is the moment he entered the Bicorn, the cycle started with the snares in the next room. And because of those mistakes, the snares are in bad position now. So his time loss is like snowballing. So that's why getting boost first try is so important. But he uses the pause cast to push those snails very quickly. Crabs are in pretty good position for him, so he should pause cast them into those prisons for them.
I didn't get the first one.
Yeah, usually people use sound cue to know if they got it or not. And now we have the pretty scary jump because you can use here like very easily 1 minute, so white monster took it a bit safe. And now we have to push those snails just post casting. Yeah, and we go to the another tricks. We skip the snow, it's pretty easy. And now we go into the another trick in this level, which is a wall walk, which is just walk on the wall. Setup for this is pretty. There are like a few of them, so everyone can choose. This one is not the hardest one of the wall walks, but there's another one of them in the next room where we'll just one monster will just like do it.
Let me focus, okay?
Okay.
Okay, first try. Nice. GG.
Yeah, like my monster wanted to be concentrated because those jumps are kind of scary. The first wall walk can troll you if you have weird angle, and the last jump he did was very tough. So yeah, it's good to concentrate because that one is not easy and can easily lose you some time. Here he jumped over the bridge, also pretty scary section, and we are out of Bicorn, which is pretty good. Because now we go to duel Malfoy. I promise you that we'll have our revenge against Malfoy. So we have the famous scene from like the book and the movie where we fight him. It's not gonna be epic because we'll just destroy him very easily because there's a glitch, because we have the spell just called Expelliarmus, which is contrary to the book definition of the spell, allows us to backfire spells of the enemy to them. and if we pause the game during the Expelliarmus animation, we actually became immortal. So the Horcruxes got pretty simplified because we can be immortal by just like this glitch, and we're immortal in the duel basically, and we just spam Rictus Sempra to destroy Malfoy pretty quickly. It's pretty fast, so yeah, he casted Expelliarmus, paused the game, and spammed Rictus Sempra, and with spamming Rictus Sempra, of course, we use post casting. So it's just like a combination of the buttons you need to click in a row. It's pure muscle memory, and we now go into the Findo, which will have our first warp of the run. Yeah.
I want to try something here.
Yeah.
You know what I want to try.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see what monster will do, and later I'll explain.
Ah, come on. Let's try once again. Ah, okay. I wanted to do map walk, but I didn't get it.
Yeah, so I will just explain. We have our first spell learning, so we have a glitch called Quidditch level. We can warp off this level, which we use only 4 times in the run, because some of the levels we just can't warp from because the game checks if we collected, for example, Boomslag skin or the Bicorn. And some of them we don't warp from because they are short, so we can, with the other glitches, we can complete them quicker. But Defender is actually the first level we want to warp from. But the problem is that we can warp now to first 3 matches pretty easily, but we want to warp to the 6th match because it's the fastest one. Because in this match, Malfoy can kill us very quickly, and we can very quickly exit this Quidditch match. So instead of Defendo, we want to play a Quidditch match, but we want to warp to another Quidditch match, not the ones that are easy to warp to. But to actually do it, there are like a few ways. The one we eventually went for is like we skip the first cutscene and we watch the spell learning from the Quidditch menu, which is another Quidditch menu than the one in the menu, because with the use of F4, which is a leftover from development team, we have another Quidditch menu that looks exactly the same, but from this one we can teleport to Quidditch. But because of this method, we can skip this cutscene, which is 11 seconds. There's faster method which is called the map walk, which White Monster tried, but it's very PC dependent and it's very hard on some PCs, so that's reason why White Monster didn't have it very easily. Which map walk basically allows us to walk while having a map opened, and from map we can easily get to the other Quidditch menu. So we could skip also the second cutscene, but it's fine. White Monster got destroyed by Malfoy, which ended the Quidditch match, and that's how we skip Defendo. And now starts the mid game, which is pretty confusing part because of those warps. We kinda have to know where to go in terms of plot. Now after Defendo, we normally follow Ron to the Boomslag level. But because we did warp, we just had to like find our way ourselves, and we enter Boomslag, which is pretty short level. It has a couple of different tricks you go for. We'll see which one Monster will take. And he's taking the boost. Yeah, so we take the short ledge grab and we boost very quickly mashing.
First time.
And we get to the top. Yeah, and now we just clip. We just need pretty precise angle and jump and hard clips, and that was entire level.
Now it's time for the hardest segment of this run.
Yeah, hardest segment. We just go to the ceremony, we lose this once again, and now we have pretty much most biggest choke point of the run because it's sneak skip. We just boost over the staircase. But the problem is that if we trigger the Nick cutscene, this cutscene is unskippable because it would softlock if it would be not, because of what's happening in this cutscene. And after this cutscene, there's another unskippable cutscene, so it's like 3-minute time loss. So it's very unforgiving if we enter those cutscenes. So runners usually close the game if they fail it.
Okay, I did it.
Yeah, but White
Almost.
Monster boosted over the nick, so he skipped those cutscene and quite significant portion of the game. This boost is very much harder than it looks because you need to boost instantly when you get the sledge grab. It has to be medium ledge grab. It also is possible to do with long ledge grab. But you have to first realize and kind of change your strategy with where you go and how much you boost. But we got the fastest one with the short range grab. And then here's the goal section when we just like want to take his hair for the Apologist potion, but we just warp out of this level and skip it completely. White Monster mashed 6 match during the load and later clicked the 3rd match, which allowed him to warp to 6th match, which is the fastest one. It's kind of shame because we skip pretty fun level, which you can play in other categories. But yeah, it's an percent, so we go for the fastest way. Quidditch matches are actually not very much liked because they are boring and there are RNG section of the game.
Yeah.
So you can lose there quite a bit of time. And now you see that White Monster after the Quidditch still, because he now wants to go to the part which he would normally be after completing the goal level, so game is kinda repaired, like it follows the plot as it should be. So we'll see quite a weird teleport that is happening. It's because the game is like, okay, you're finally here where you're supposed to be. And yeah, and because we, at least the game thinks we did, we collected the hair of Goyle for the Apologist potion.
And is Zaba here?
Yeah,
No.
White Monster is actually looking for the
damn it.
frog
Damn it.
because they regain his health. Because he lost some on the run. Unfortunately, the frogs didn't spawn, so he has less health. And after collecting the hair of Goy, we finally have all the ingredients for the Apologist potion, and we just go to the Slytherin Corner room to question Malfoy about the Chamber of Secrets, as we all know from the movie and the book. You see White Monsters jumping around the staircase. It's not the fastest strategy. The fastest strategy is to do the scary jump and land on the lamp, but White Monster didn't have that much HP and he didn't want to risk this jump. And he's now going to the Slytherin Common Room, which is another pretty cool level. Because it turns out that the path to Slytherin Common Room is just like one big challenge that Slytherins do every day. So that's why they are so good, because every day when they just need to like leave a book in their common room, they just need to like complete this challenge. But we are not Slytherins, we are Harry Potter, we're Gryffindors, so we'll just skip it by warping out of it pretty easily. This cutscene is unskippable because you see the Slytherin goes, yeah.
Because we need to know what the password is.
Yeah, we need to know where the password is to Slytherin Common Room. The actual reason is that if we would skip it, it would softlock because this entrance is kinda bugged. So they just made it unskippable. It's not long, so it's quite nice break. And we play another Quidditch match.
Third time bad pattern.
Yeah, you see White Monsters talking about the patterns. It's another RNG of this section. You can have different patterns of how this Quidditch match is played. And there are a few of them, I think at least 2, and he just got the worst one, unfortunately. Yeah, there's like a few RNG that aren't. And after this, we go to another lesson, which is Spongify, once again with Lockhart. And Spongify's learning is kinda nice because fake inputs happen here very rarely. So it's nice. But it would be really unfortunate to get it. And we saw once again boost over the staircase. And
I didn't get it.
Yeah, this boost gives you a lot of damage if you boost
overboosted.
Overboosted. So now his White Monster spawned once again after the Quidditch match, and he has to, like, it's pretty significant time loss, but it's not too bad. So he just needs to do this again. It's pretty like runners usually happen to us sometimes, because usually at this point in the run you can have very little of health. So if you overboost and don't land on the lamp, or completely overboost, you can easily die here. So now we go to the another spell learning, and then we'll just complete the Spongify spell challenge.
The last spell in the game.
Yeah, we can warp from Spongify, but there's no need to, because Spongify is built in a way that it's very horizontal. So we basically start at the bottom and we climb by just completing the challenge over and over again. But obviously you have a very funny glitch which was showcased a lot during this run, which is called Brightness Boost, and you can just boost over the top, on the top pretty easily, and like finish this challenge very quickly. It's much more interesting challenge in other categories. For example, 100% when completing this challenge in one go is pretty hard, but in any percent we just do a bit of walking and just one boost and it's over. It's also very long spell learning, so yeah, just need to click a few buttons and we are done. And we are slowly but surely entering the end game. Oh yeah, vertical.
Bra Harry, du har gått vidare till nästa rond. 10.
Yeah, it takes a while to complete the spell learning. It's nice break before the end game, which is once again pretty active. Because this run is actually, you have to do a lot in the early game, you have to do a lot in the end game, but the mid game is kinda like Resident Lupin. We just like do a few warps, we just walk from point A to point B. Sometimes a boost in between, but some spell learning, so it's pretty nice break. But don't worry, we'll see a lot of action pretty soon. Here White Monster jumps over the cutscene, which is pretty interesting because recently we had loadless timer which didn't count the cutscene skips, but it got changed, so now the fastest strategy is just jump over the trigger. Previously we just skipped it. And yeah, Spongify completed as I promised. We have another house point ceremony. We once again lose it because we are bad. And another point of plot, which is the diarrhea. It's finally here, and we just go to the Martha's bathroom. We actually go there a lot in the run. There's even a meme in the Polish community when we were like teaching a lot of new runners that if you don't know where to go, because in the mid game you can get lost pretty easily, you just go to the bathroom, and it's usually a good place. It's not always, but we go there very often to just move the plot a little bit forward. So now we'll have a very nice cutscene where Harry just finds the diary and is questioning it about it. But we obviously skip this cutscene, like all of them, outside of the few. And we have another cutscene, which is the level actually, and we just stay in this level and we watch it. And we have Hagrid there, very young Hagrid. But
finally,
yeah.
a good pattern. Let's go.
Yeah, White Monster got good RNG, but we'll unfortunately not watch the young Hagrid. Unfortunately not. White Monster Daniel does it by just warping out of this cutscene, which is quicker, unfortunately. So yeah, we just had our last Quidditch match. Fortunately, no more RNG, at least in this way, and we just go to the end game, which is pretty interesting. So when White Monster enters the castle, the game once again teleports him into the Gryffindor common room, and the map changes because it's night. Because Harry and Ron, as in the book and in the movie, go to the Hagrid to question him about the Chamber of Secrets, but unfortunately Hagrid just orders them to follow the spiders, which is probably not the best choice, as we know they lived to see another day, but it's kind of scary. Also, another interesting thing, because we'll have the cutscene here pretty soon. And in the book and in the movie, Lucius Malfoy appears to, of course, he says that he has some documentation, and Dumbledore got removed from the role as a headmaster. But in the game, of course, it's not detailed as in the book. So he basically tells Dumbledore that he lost his position because Lucius Malfoy can do whatever he wants. And Dumbledore is shocked, but we didn't see it because we skipped the cutscene.
Yeah.
And we enter the forest. When we asked Polish runners in the recent tournament what's their favorite level, it was pretty popular choice.
Hey, inverse. Prepare the pasta.
No. Yeah,
Do it.
I will speak about it later.
Do it.
Forest has pretty interesting tricks. Bridge skip, we saw monster jumping over it because this bridge falls apart, but he outsmarted it by just jumping on the thing we can defend though. And now he's just using Spongify. After Spongify we don't have full damage, which he did it here. To skip a section, we just have one boost. And next we have pretty interesting boost because we Spongify into a ledge grab and we boost over it. So because we ledge grab not landed, game thinks we still are after Spongify, so we didn't take full damage. It's called Spongify storage, and it's pretty useful glitch in here in any percent. So just a few casts now. White Monster just do another boost, which is kind of scary because you can soft lock here, but he avoided it by just boosting in the correct moment of boosting animation. Usually it doesn't matter in which part of the animation you boost because it's not much different, but this boost is pretty tight. So now we hear a big spider shouting, which is pretty loud. And yeah, we just cut some defendos and we fight our first boss in the round, which is Big Spider Aragog. And this is the part where pause casting really shines. Like usually you can damage Aragog during one specific animation during this fight, and in between your casts don't give him that much damage, but because we can basically shoot a lot of Rictus Sempra in 1 second, it's just a lot for us, so he's just pause casting a lot. And that section is pretty intense mechanically. You have to very good muscle memory to just pause cast him to the death, and you saw him doing it basically. So Aragog is dead.
I think that was good, Aragog.
Yeah, and now we follow to the hospital wing because Hermione got petrified. There's really good cuts in here, but we unfortunately skip it. Once again, all my favorite cutscene got skipped. If someone wants to watch cutscenes, there's cutscene percent category, but we just play in any percent. And now we go to the Chamber of Secrets, the end game. We go to complete this level, which is pretty long, but in a speedrun it's not that much. There's even a cutscene here with Lockhart when Harry tells that he will be back in an hour. So as a child I thought that this section will take me 1 hour. It took much longer, unfortunately. So yeah, we use Spongify, don't get full damage because it wouldn't make sense for us to take full damage after using Spongify, and you have Scarce Snipe, which is pretty precise trick. There's a few setups here, but it's really precise cast, so it usually takes a few tries for it. It saves 10 seconds, so it's worth going for it. And what you are actually a few days ago, it got discovered that not only your angle matters in this cast, but also the animation Harry does with the wand. It kind of matters in when we release this cast, in which position of Harry's wand. So it's a very precise trick, and it's not a shame to fail it. But even if we get second, third try, it can save us time. And yeah, we have another section. We just have a very big room that has pretty interesting strat in glitches category here. But in a percent, yeah, we just do one boost and we skip this this section. Here White Monster boosted from the middle animation of the large grab. It's also possible from the long one, but it's much harder, but we got a medium one. And now we are another part of the chamber. And once again we use our favorite glitch, which is brightness boost, and skip a large portion compared to casual players. And he used like Spongify, and we are out of this room. And another one.
I will try something here again
Okay.
once.
No problem.
And I get it.
Nice. Congratulations. Yeah, you saw him getting a wall walk on the bridge, and he jumped and got ledge grab and boosted. It's pretty hard, but it's not that bad. And now we have a section which is kind of similar to the troll from HP1, but this time like the huge ball like follows us from behind, but it's pretty slow, so it's like scary section, but it's very easy, and we just jump over the little holes in the floor, and we are very nearing the last boss fight, which is the Basilisk, the Beast Snake, the monster of Slytherin, and this fight is pretty difficult. Yeah, the monster. Nice joke. There are like a few strategies. We have one potion which we did in the potions class, which comes clutch here. You can also do more if you don't feel that confident in yourself, but White Monster doesn't do it. So the first part of the fight is pretty easy. We go backwards, so the snake is like less aggressive, and just pulse cast him, but not with wand this time, but with sword. So it's much more cool. And the second section is the one pretty hard. The fight is pretty complicated. We just want to pulse cast him very quickly, but he releases the Venom, which is pretty random and can easily take a lot of your HP, so runners need to really be careful, and we try to kill the snake. Interesting thing is we can kill him only in one of the holes because cutscene is made that way, and White Monster's killing him pretty quickly, and he got first cycle. And we go to the house party ceremony, which is end of the game. So thanks for watching, and we are on to the next run.
Okay. And done.
Alright, GG.
GG.
Go ahead.
3, 2, 1, go. I totally forgot to pull up my split, so we'll do that no split. That's fine. Alright, so welcome to this masterpiece of a game that is 2 GBC. It's pretty much like 1 GBC, except you have the glitch where you get to level 99. Which kind of sucks, because it's gonna make some of the fights like literally completely RNG. But there's honestly not too much RNG after the early game, so that's pretty cool. First we're gonna grab our stuff. Last one. Right, make sure I pick the correct deck here, because if not, I literally cannot beat the game. Let me put the chat in pop-up. There we go. Better. Alright. So, first skip of the run, I have 4 pixels to skip a cutscene. Hope. If not, then Sag. Oh, I saved it. I was too far left, but I saved it right at the end. That was very pog. That skips like a 20-second cutscene. Right. So this again. So yeah, this game is like a lot better in terms of encounters, because on 1 GBC, like encounters are like literally all over the place. It's not as bad in this game, and also the tech that we do on the 1 GBC, where we pause to despawn encounters, it's also a thing in this game. But it's a lot easier because you don't have to be as close to
the enemies to actually despawn them. Now we're gonna throw some... And wrong way. Alright. So this minigame, it's literally better to just like not do anything, because if you actually try to move around and stuff, it lags the game a little bit. So not cool. Okay. So yeah, I did this. I set up like literally everything, but I forgot the one thing, which is life split. But oh well, not like I need. Alright, so need to throw gnomes, and Ron also has to throw gnomes, but Ron, like all those throws are completely RNG. So if he wants to, he can give me a really fast one. The first two were actually pretty good. But he can give you a really slow one. Nice redneck. This is actually insane RNG so far. That's like the best RNG I've ever seen for it. We'll see on the last throw, on the last one, if he gives me a good one. That's really good. That's like actually just insane RNG. I don't think I've ever seen that. Alright, well, nice. 6 seconds early, that's fine. But yeah, that probably would be a gold on my splits, but oh well. We'll never know. Alright, go for it. Should probably start recording. I'll do that. Again. Hey, at least I don't have to split at all. Alright, I'll reset just for you, Redneck. First fight of the run shouldn't be too bad as long as Ron or Harry, actually only Ron, because we'll only be attacking with Ron. We're gonna do same glitch that's on HP 1, it's called enemy attack skip. So we can actually win the fight, because otherwise the fight is like nearly impossible to win. You can pause here to skip this cutscene, but it's hard and really bad at the timing. But yeah, first fight, as long as Ron doesn't miss, we're good. Not, then it's kind of bad. If I get lucky, Ron could also crit. Be very pog. We're gonna get money. This and 2GB are actually the only two games, I think, that where we go to Green Gods. Right. Antidote here, it's gonna be useful for the Basilisk fight, in case we get poisoned. Wow, that's stupidly unlucky. And they start first, that's also unlucky. Cool. Right, I'm gonna save here, because I don't want to die. Or I don't want to lose like 7 minutes. Right. Ron dies first, so I have to use Revive Potion. Do 1 EAS. So yeah, this is how this fight is gonna go, like, the entire time. Basically, only Ron is gonna attack, and Harry is just gonna flee over and over. That Ron can do all the damage, and the Footman doesn't attack us. But yeah, hopefully Ron doesn't miss, because if he does, it could be bad. And actually, it's kind of bad that I lost my Revive Potion right at the start, because it's really good to have a Revive Potion for Willow, because that fight can be really bad, especially on the resets. Second pepper up. Still no misses, so far so good. Alright, I'm gonna have to attack with Harry on this one, I think. Yeah. So if Harry misses, really bad. This is really bad. Please don't kill anyone. Okay, well, I have to reset. That's fantastic. Nice, so that's already like a solid 2-minute loss, probably more. I have to spawn an enemy to change the RNG seed, and I think I hit... Okay, no, I did hit this one. Okay, this is a different seed, so hopefully we win this one. But yeah, that was literally the worst thing that could happen, is a miss, and of course I got one. That's fantastic. But what can you do? Push. Oh my god, this is really unlucky. I could still win this, but... So yeah, I can't just like let Ron die and finish the fight, because then Ron doesn't level up, and I need Ron to be to level up for the fight on Willow. I was actually hoping to PB on this, because there was a chance, because I mean, PB is not good, but now it's like pretty much all gone. Right, Harry, please don't miss. Okay. My god, man. Fantastic start. Go away. Alright, now that means the rest of the run is gonna be absolutely perfect, because I got all the terrible luck right at the end. Or right at the start. Can't wait for Ape to destroy the stream. Fantastic to watch. Yeah, that probably cost me a solid 2 minutes, but oh well. Since a bit loud, I can turn it down a second. I'll do it during the cutscene in a second. When you're in the MPD, I am not. should be better. If I need to reduce it more, just let me know. Better, okay. Yeah, if I need to do more, let me know. Alright. Now we're actually gonna get a 2-minute break. Very soon. Unfortunately, we're gonna get second fight, which is also very RNG heavy. But in that fight, Ron can die. Harry cannot die. Harry still needs to level up, but Ron can die. So it's fine if Ron dies. Always better if he doesn't, but... Actually, no. I want Ron to die. Hopefully Ron dies. They'll be being annoying, so we have to take the car instead. Fine, because we're gonna do a fantastic minigame. Alright, now we just do nothing for 2 minutes. Really, I guess I'll play. I literally never played this one. I don't know. You just grab coin. Thank you for the good luck. For the raid. So I am ready to get 1 million crits on Willow. Done with this. Less than a minute left. One I can spawn here. It's like so far in the corner. Alright, now it's over. Okay, yes. No, Ape. You can literally not do anything and... That was the same thing. And wait for 2 minutes. Alright, now Willow. Very RNG heavy fight, so not die. Okay. So yeah, again, Willow can kill Ron, but cannot kill her. Also now, because Ron's 1 is broken, oh, a crit, that's very pog. His 1 can backfire. That's also another RNG part of this fight. But so far I started very good. I got a crit and missed on Ron. Or Harry, I don't remember. And I got a 30 on Harry, which is I think the lowest roll I can do. So very, very good start. And a miss, that's super pog. I don't think Ron kills here, maybe he does. He does, oh crit, okay. Let's go. I am not sure if crits can backfire. Yeah, I think that crit was actually useful, because I don't think Ron would have killed him. Maybe he would have. Right, very good fight. life wrecked. Now we're common room, but we gotta do a bit of shopping first. First, I'll get this potion over here. And Wigan Lob. Gotta go all the way up to the 7. Because it's night, we don't have any shortcut unlocked. I actually have to walk up there. I'm gonna buy 2 pepper ups for safety reason and a skull cap. Oops. Here, and 1, 2, 3, and oven mitts. It's just gonna make the fight in herbology a lot easier. Otherwise, they're like almost impossible to win. Right. We just go to bed. I should probably pull up the route, because there's some spots I'm not entirely sure where to go. It should be fine. Case. Alright, so now the shortcuts are actually unlocked. Use them. Here. Oh, herbology time. I'm gonna get this pepper up first. Yeah, the fights shouldn't be too bad as long as I don't get too many misses. Would be totally fine. We never know because it's GBC. So yeah, for the next fight, ideally, Mandrakes miss me once for the next 2 fights, so that I don't have to heal during the fight. If not, it would be fine. As long as I don't miss, it would be fine. And if I crit, it's even better. Nice, very good start. So I'm most likely gonna have to heal during this fight. If I get another miss, it's really, really bad. Okay, so I'm gonna have to heal in this turn. Yeah, that's good. Man. This. Items. Up. Please don't miss. And miss me. Like best scenario. Yeah. Heal once. That's good. long as I don't miss, we're fine. Totally fine. Good again. I should not lose this fight. Opium. Wow. Okay. We're still fine. I swear. Oh god. Please do not miss, man. Yay. Alright. That's another like 2 minutes. Fantastic. Yeah. That's actually nice. Please do not start first. Alright, well... yeah. This is not good. I'm gonna do this. Literally the best thing to do. And... what a game. We can all. Alright, so round 2. So yeah, now that I don't have any wig on the wall, I need the Mandrake to miss. At least once, okay? So if I get a miss here again, I'm stupidly unlucky. Okay. Alright, Liam, you wanna know what happened? So Footman, I get all the way to the end, and I get a hurry miss. So I'll have to restart the entire fight. Can I win this? Oh, I bought an extra pepper up just in case. Okay. No, Liam, because that should have been fine. Alright, whatever. Okay, that's good. I think I needed a miss, actually. I would have died. Alright. So yeah, I lost 2 minutes on Footman, and then here, the starter was already really bad. And second Mandrake, I would have won, but then I got a crit, and then on the very last hit, Harry misses. And this is just fantastic. Yeah. You know, I was like, yeah, my PB is not great in this, like it's a 121. I'm probably gonna beat it during the relay. Yeah. Right, we're done with Herbology, finally. Actually my health is really low, so I'm gonna do a Death Abuse. It's maybe not faster, but nice. And they missed me. The one time I actually want them to kill me, they missed me. Okay. Yeah. Normally the optimal strat would be to not do that, but Ahari stays at really low health and dies on the next fight so that he doesn't level up, and then he dies in a one-shot for a fight later. But I'm gonna play it safe, because apparently I need to. Alright, now defense our cards. Not much going on. Another minigame that we're not gonna play. Because it causes lag, and lag is not fun. Yeah, man, this is going so well. Alright. Yeah, so at least now the really big RNG part is like pretty much behind us. There's like really not much RNG that can like really kill the run until Argog. And even then Argog should still be fine. Unless I get like stupidly unlucky, like I just got on Herbology. And then Snake the final fight. Usually not too bad, but you can get wrecked pretty easily. We'll see. Alright, now we're gonna head to Quidditch. First we're gonna start a quest in Hospital Wing. KT. I'll grab this. Quidditch is also like a bit RNG in this game. It's not too bad, but the path of the snitch is completely random. Should be fine. Alright. Grab the snatch. Minimap helps you a bit. Is. Okay, I got it. That was not too bad. Oh, eat slugs. Oh no, the one backfired. We're gonna take Ron to Hagrid's hut. Gonna send us get some stuff to heal Ron. So, about 2 pepper ups, just in case, so I should still have one. So, I don't think anything will go wrong in that fight, but again, you never. This last one, I'm gonna get our small boss fight here. Poison, so we're just gonna do a bit of EAS. Three turns? That's really unlucky. Now we can tag. So yeah, the optimal thing here is that Harry dies immediately, and he gets poisoned again. That's really Yeah, I could technically attack with Hermione here, but that's really risky, because if the Tentacula also petrifies Hermione, then it's pretty much death. Attacks Harry, that's good. Because, yeah, there's a fight later where we want Harry to die as quickly as possible. So. Actually, I think Harry leveled up here, so it doesn't even matter. So yeah, the only good thing is that Harry dies. Oh, well. Yeah, probably would have been faster to just constantly EAS and kill Tentacular with Hermione, but too late. Ron's feeling better, and we're gonna go to detention. You can actually skip this cutscene, but I think this cutscene changes the game state and actually lets you like progress in the story, so not useful. Shortcut here. Go to Lockhart's office. After that, we're gonna get more Quidditch. How fun. I'm gonna try to get something called the select glitch. If I press select on the frame, I leave the screen. I'll be in like a really weird state where I can kind of just skip every cutscene that's on. Skips a 15 cutscene, a second cutscene. Oh, I got it, let's go. But yeah, normally there's a cutscene playing here. But I can just walk through it. I'm gonna have to disable it to start Quidditch though. You can still skip that cutscene if you miss the select press. It's just slightly slower. Oops. Once. Try to grab the snitch as fast as possible. It's here. That was really good. Very pod. Right. Now I'm gonna try more select glitch. Want to get it before I enter to the F Day party. Hold it. I have 4 tries to get it. Really? I have 1 more chance, and if not, rip. Oh, I got it. Let's go. Normally there's a cutscene playing here, but no cutscene. Fog. Right, Death Day. There's more RNG in this. Fortunately, nothing that can really kill a run. But we're gonna do some bowling. It's actually faster to get strikes. Because it skips having to throw the ball a second time. Very cool. But where essentially where the ball is gonna go after I throw it is completely random. Have a good night, Pipetium. Right. And for the best part of the give. Now we just rage that I get some strikes. That is not a good start. It's also another like RNG factor of this. How much the pins move when the ball hits them is also RNG, and the more they move, the longer it takes for the animation to be like this one, for example. I'm not getting strikes. Come on, man. I believe at least one strike, like come on. Why is the ball always going to the right side? Come on, man. Hello, no. Oh, no. I believe. That one looks good. Come on. Do it. Wow. Can you stop spinning? Every time those pins like spin around like this, it like loses a second. Right, so we'll see if this run like actually just doesn't want me to like finish, but if my luck is as good as it was in Green Gods and Apology, because you don't want to get a strike on the very last one because it makes you fail. If I get a strike on the last one, then I'm really... Okay, that's good. Well, no strike. Edge. Right. Try to get like glitch second time here. I think you can actually skip this cutscene, but it can soft lock. It's not doing. Oh, I got it. Let's go. I like almost never get that one. But yeah, all of those are frame perfect. You have to hit select the frame you leave the screen. I got 3 already. Very pog. Disable it and actually start this cutscene. Right, and I think now is History of Magic. We're gonna do a little quest. Yep. Please go up. Thank you, Artful. Congrats on the insane PV. Top 5, finally 111. Alright, then we go to restricted section. Get a book. I don't remember why, but we need to get a book. I've never read anything in this game. It's always skipped through dialogues. Alright, make sure I get this card combo, because again, if I need a combo right at the end of the game called Weak Point, which if I don't have, I cannot beat Snake. Clearly, like, not possible. Bathroom. Alright, now we're gonna because Myrtle is really angry that she got bullied at the party. Gotta get her some flowers. Oh, I totally forgot. You first have to. Now we go talk to Myrtle. First we gotta go to Hagrid's hut and ask him where we can find some flowers. We're gonna steal some. Hello, Hagrid. Alright. We're gonna go do some stealing. McGonagall's office. This. Another antidote for the Basilisk fight. Give that back to Myrtle. Alright, now we learn. And I'll say the name of the spell because it's too much. But essentially, it's a spell that poisons any enemy, which we're gonna use later. Essentially, we're gonna do the same glitch as we normally do on 1GBC right at the end of the game. Where we just poison Voldemort and just spam EAS. But we're not gonna do it on the final fight on this, we're gonna do it on Argog and on Lockhart. go talk to Lockhart. And we need another book. We're gonna ask him where it is. Go to restricted section. This guy is gonna be in my way. No, just despawn. I'll take it. And they could despawn after dialogues. That's fine. Right, now Quidditch again. This next Quidditch is actually gonna be a bit harder because Bludger chasing us. But it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, there's really not much going on here until pretty much end game. We'll have because the next two fights we're gonna do, the first one is gonna be against Malfoy, and the second one against Crabbe and Goyle, and both of them we literally just suicide faster. Right, Snitch is not moving. That's good. Okay, that's good. That match can usually go a lot worse than that. Go to hospital wing. We'll look. Not yet. Dobby. Hello, Dobby. Here, we learned that the Chamber of Secret has been opened again. Oh. Now we're gonna go to potion class. I'm gonna get the last few ingredients that we need for Polyjuice. Really, it might be the first one. I don't know. I haven't played this game enough. But yeah, there's still some of those in Snape's office. Hopefully we don't get too many encounters in the way. pretty much the only RNG in this. That's one. I can pause. I can probably walk past this guy when I'm. We got everything. Okay. We did two pauses, but didn't have to, didn't hit any encounters, so that's pretty good. We're gonna go to Dueling Club. Dialogues. Alright, so this next fight is the reason why we normally want Hari to not level up and just die. This is the first fight we're gonna do definitely. So yeah, Hari leveled up, so he's max HP. That's not great. That's better if he does the auto attack, because damage. This one. I don't think this is gonna kill. Nice. Well, clearly not gonna kill. This is a bad attack again. Yeah. Probably the worst RNG you can get. That's not the worst one. Obviously get more misses, but that was not great. Oh no, Hari's a Potterthon. Alright, so once a glitch coming up here, literally never gonna ever, like, yeah. That's always what happened. I miss it by a frame. Literally every single time I try to go for it, I miss it by. Fantastic. Maybe one day I'll actually get it. Opium. Right, we're gonna go to Dumbledore's office. Hopefully we don't hit any enemy. Can I not get stuck on walls, please? Yep. Alright. We're approaching endgame. Kinda. We're gonna Holy Juice and then our levels. Alright. Damn, it's fantastic, man. Hopefully next time don't have to run it. Alright. Pull interest time. Well, first we gotta fight Crab and Goyle. Got in the way. Oh wait, I'm stupid. The shortcut is locked because Crab and Goyle are like literally standing in front of the entrance to dungeon. Other shortcut. Hello, Crab and Goyle. Next fight, obviously I don't want them to miss at all. It's an extra 3 turns every time happens. But yeah, it's very common to get misses on this fight. This fight, I like on average I probably get like 2 or 3. Please. And yeah. Right. I don't think that's the strongest attack they can do. I think they can do like 60 or something. As long as they don't miss. That's, yeah, I think that's their strongest. Nice. Died, it's good. I don't think Ron can die. That's a very bad attack. No. If they both don't miss, I think Ron dies here. Nice! That's 3 misses just on Ron. Can we get another one? I think I've only gotten one fight ever where they like both didn't miss at all. It's super rare. Then we go to bathroom in Slytherin common room.
Hello?
Oh, hi RR people.
I went to the wrong channel.
Good job. Good job, Redneck. Alright, now we're gonna do more Stella glitch. This is actually the one that saved the most. I think it's like 20 seconds, and I cancelled it. Good shit. My god. That's fine, I have 3 more tries. I think I cancelled it. I'm pretty sure I cancelled it, because I pressed B. Maybe not. We'll see. Oh, I didn't. Okay, I kept it. That's good. So what, Redneck people? Right, so yeah. Normally when you get to the Slytherin common room, there's a cutscene of Snape that plays. Like 20 seconds. Now, no cutscene. Go back to the bathroom. Hopefully without Enemy. Meow. Oh, look, a diary. Alright, now, very close to endgame. Because we're gonna read the diary and then learn that Bunny is not petrified yet, but she's gonna get petrified very soon. And then after that we go into forest, fight Aragog, then fight Lockhart and Snake. Yeah, there's really not that much RNG left. The only like big RNG that's left is because I'll be able to do something like the thing you saw on HP1 EAS for the next 2 fights, but I won't be able to do that on Snake because Ari doesn't have his 1 during the fight. Int poison the Snake. Right. Read the diary. We learned that Hagrid opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. Oh no. Hello, Hagrid. Great. Do some Quidditch, except not. Oops. What did I do? Can you please go in? Alright. Now, much build. Tiny is petrified. Everything going as planned. Alright, so before we good forest where you're gonna get a lot of Grand Pepper potion. Because during the Basilisk fight, Hari is actually gonna be completely useless. Foxes are gonna do all the damage. But we don't want Hari to die, because if Hari dies, it's you instantly. I should have taken the shortcut. Whatever. This run is already absolutely terrible. Who cares? At least I'm not gonna hit a random encounter on the way, because that's possible in the dungeon, and then someone get hit, and it's really bad for me. Right, and we can weld like 5. Usually you could get 6, but because I didn't get I couldn't save my pepper up at the very start of the game, then I had to buy 2 and have less money. I mainly bought 2 to be safe. Alright, gonna pause. Oh, this guy is here. Starts a quest for later. Oak. So yes, we're under the cloak, and Ginny is out at night, and we can talk to her under the cloak. Everything makes sense. Yeah. This is the second, or I guess the third part of the quest. I'm gonna get Petrificus to tell his book. Otherwise we cannot do EAS against Lockhart. Like 15 minutes probably. Rest of the probably less than 15 minutes. Let me see, let me look at the timer. Timer is 110. Yeah, you've got like 10-15 minutes. I don't know if you're up next. Up next. Longer. Right? No, wait, no, it's you. I'm done. Yeah, that's something they do very often, which is pretty cool. Alright, gonna get a revive potion just for safety. Here. This is just in case someone dies in the fight with Argog. Possible. Now time for encounter party. Nice. That's a start. And he starts first. Okay, poison, that's fine. Okay, sure. I guess I'll pause here to despawn this guy and also save. Alright, so Argog only has 2 attacks. So he's gonna do first one where he petrifies both Hurry and Ron. Always does that first turn. And then you can either do that attack or the other one. Sometimes you can literally like just get stuck for like one turn. Please do nice. It's a very, very bad start. Please attack Ron. Here. Okay. I'm gonna do 1 EAS. I probably didn't. Yeah, I don't think I. Whatever. Alright. This one? I thought Ari was petrified. Alright, now EAS. I'm gonna focus for it. Okay, we're done. Aragog. I was really unlucky fight, but I didn't die. Good. We need to leave forest. Which is probably gonna be hard. No more of these guys, please. I saw this guy, but I thought I could go up. Okay, really, man? Come on. Nice poison. Okay, dude. Okay, really? Wow. That's 4 attack that are blocked. Nice. Poison. Well, first I need to get out of forest. Thank you. That was close. I don't even know how that worked. Sure. Next fight is Lockhart. Lockhart has literally 0 RNG. That's not true, actually. Ron's 1 can backfire, which I've never gotten, so obviously I'm gonna get it this run. But that's literally the only RNG. As long as Ron's 1 doesn't backfire, we're I'm not sure, in fact. Like, I assume this is like the 127 pace. I don't know how much there's left. Just look at my PB. And get like a rough zoom. If you can. Alright, here. On KT, like pausing again. But yeah, I think this is like a 120. And we got Petrificus, which we're gonna need to beat Lockhart. Save, because again, Ron's 1 can backfire. I get really unlucky. First, we start with Rat Nip. Gonna stun Lockhart for a turn. And here Petrificus, right? Yeah, Petrificus, and this with Ron. And we, yes. and I messed it up. Supposed to do something else. That's fine. I don't have pitch focus. Should work, right? Just tell me this works. Okay, we're good. Hello? Okay, well, I'm gonna have to reset this. I messed it up. That was really weird. I don't know why the ES didn't work, but that was on me, because I was supposed to pitch focus with Ron, not with Harry. I messed it up. Whatever. Like, this run was good anyways. Alright, so with Nip. Right? So here, focus, and then put your focus. And then we're good. Yes, yes. Like this. Okay. I'm just done. Alright. And now we're to go to chamber. First we talk to Turtle. And we're gonna grab one last card combo for weak point. Which again, we cannot beat the game if we don't have weak point. Because we're at super low level. So there's a really stupid glitch here where you can actually bring Ron and Lockhart with you in the Basilisk fight. And for that you hit an encounter and you die, and it spawns you at the start of the next screen, like right before start of the next screen. And then there's like Ron and Lockhart in the fight with you. And you can actually do EAS when Ron's here, but it loses like several minutes. Your last card combo, weak point. So let's see if we can get a first strike snake. Alright, so Basilisk. We can do AS, like the thing we did on Lockhart or Agog, because again, Harry doesn't have his one. He's gonna have the Gryffindor sword. So literally the only way to win this fight is to use weak point, and Fox is gonna do all the damage. And I'm just constantly gonna heal Harry every time he gets attacked. But if Fox gets attacked, I cannot heal Fox. I can use a combo called Healing Balm, but it only gives 10 HP per turn to Fox. So if I get really unlucky and Fox dies, over. And if the Basilisk crits Harry, it's also over. Weak point first, he poisoned Fox, I'm gonna have to use Healing Balm. Harry. Okay. I'm gonna use Healing Balm, which cures the poison from Fox, and also gives him 10 HP per turn. That's pretty good so far.
Hi Flo. I just wanted to tell everybody that when Flo's run is done, your stream is gonna cut immediately, and we'll be back in hopefully like 30 seconds later with the next run, because we're switching streamers. Yeah, Flo, I'm gonna leave the voice call now, so when you're done, I'm just gonna cut the stream.
Alright.
Good luck with the end.
Thank you. Alright. I should win this unless he crits me. We should be good. Fox head. We're good. Alright. So that's pretty much it. There's just gonna be a bunch of tech smashing, and then it's the end of the game. So this run was really, really, really bad. Could have easily PB'd, but oh well. Too bad I lost 4 minutes before I even got to the middle of the run. I think it's sub 27 actually. I think it's gonna be a very high 26. Not entirely. We'll see. But yeah. Well, both GBCs were atrocious. For Liam and for me, so that's fantastic, man. Alright, so time is on the next fade out. Dialogues. Yeah, this might not 120. I remember how long this dialogue is. Alright, no, yeah, this is easy 126. Right. Time is coming up. Right now. Fine. Alright, bye stream.